Hello, everyone, and welcome to All Day Focus Sprints, 60 minutes long. I'm Shanon, writing under the pen name of S.C. Huston, the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, A Curse of Wings and Gems, and the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of this stream is to provide a somewhat low-key environment. I'm not really on screen here, so low-key for me. But, we're trying to be productive, and we do 60-minute sprints, but we can take our time with the chat if we feel like talking a little bit longer. And then you're welcome to use these sprints for whatever productivity you need, whether reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. I do use the sprint time to focus on my tasks because of focus issues, and that means I won't be in the chats until it breaks. But of course, then we have plenty of time to catch up and talk about whatever it is we have going on. And today, I'm thinking of it as email day because I just have so many emails I really need to get out and some that I need to check across multiple email inboxes. And I've got my main author one, which I can't seem to get below 200 emails in it. So I need to go through it. And I know there's a few people I need to respond to. And then there's also my reader email inbox, because I have readers who are reading my Omega drafts for my short stories, and one finished and left me a message. I need to respond back to her. Then I also have a few of readers from my Romantasy Adventures, what was Fated Adventures, as part of my Kickstarter, who have left reviews or whatnot, and I want to send an email to say thank you. And so just reader stuff that I need to get caught up on for my readers. And then there is someone from the AWC I need to get in contact with. I told I'd get another email sent out this morning. That's the AWC email. So 3 email boxes there. Then there's the Secret Santa email inbox, in which I need to send out a message to let everyone know who signed up that we are not going to be continuing. It was, it's just too much for me to have to do. And I didn't really have the time to do it. And I only did it because I had a partner, but she didn't really understand the technology. And so it was left to me, and we're like way past any deadlines. So I'm just like, we're just going to cancel it because I don't have time to address this. So we were not a good pairing on that because there's a bit of technology involved, and I didn't have time for the technology and she didn't understand the technology. So we were not good pairing on that one, which is fine. Things happen, right? And she didn't know, she wouldn't understand it until she got in there and then couldn't get it to work. So, so I need to send out an email to say the Secret Santa is canceled. Yes, so that's another email inbox. So several email inboxes across my platforms. Technically, I did say my reader inbox. I actually have 2 reader inboxes. I had one for my Fated Adventures and one for my readers. So that's really 2 different inboxes there. So was that 5 different email inboxes I need to address emails and or compose? So yeah, it's email day for me. Lots of stuff that I have to get done with that. And if I get all that done, then I need to work on making sure that my Kickstarter book from this year, Curse of Wings and Gems, is ready to go for readers, because I'm going to be making it available December 1st for everybody to start reading. I have an art team. I should be like promoting that, because I don't really have enough people sign up on my art team and or my street team. My street team, I only have 2 people, which I only had 3 people last time. But that 3 people came down from I think it started with 11 people. And then when they found out it was Discord, only 8 people came over to Discord out of 11. And then out of those 8 people, only 3 people did anything. And right now I have 2 people. And if one of them drops out, that means there's only one person who's doing something, and it's set up on challenges, and there's prizes to win every week. And it could be fun, but then that means it's just one person who's doing everything. So I don't know. Maybe I'll cancel the street team. I don't know. If I only have the 2 people, then I don't think it's really going to work. So especially if one of them, I know for sure one will do it. She was on my street team before. She's part of my Omega readers. She's very good at keeping up on things. So I feel for sure she would stay there. But if she's the only one doing it, then she's winning all the prizes, and it's not really like the competition challenge or whatever. I mean, it's not supposed to really be a competition, but the challenge, everyone has the same challenge every week. And if you do it, you get a point into that weekly prize. And that point also counts toward the overall prize after 4 weeks. So but there's only one challenge a week, which it's usually just posting something on social media. The challenge just has to do with something specific about what that post should be. So your favorite scent from the book pair it with an image. I think one's also your favorite quote from the book or one of your favorite quotes, which then I give a bunch of images, and I also put together a whole document that has like readers' favorite quotes from the book and stuff like that. So like they don't even have to remember like, oh, which was my favorite. That I give them all the information up front, and they could just choose one of their favorite lines from one of the readers' favorite quotes from the book. And I do that as part of my beta reading. I ask people to pull out lines that are their favorite, and I tell them I might use it for social media marketing. Their choices might help me with that. So, all right. Anyways, lots of email stuff I need to get done this morning, and then if I can get done, then I need to rethink my strategy of what I want to do with my street team and what else I can do to drum up more interest, I guess, in the ARC team. I've never had that few people. I mean, I have people who signed up for my ARC team. I think it's like 8. And usually I have close to 20 or more. And then you only get like 10 to 20%. 20% is a good rate. That's what you should hope for is, 20% of who signs up is who actually leaves a review, which means this book is going to be sadly lacking on reviews when it publishes. So yeah, anyways, I'm a bit concerned about how it's all going to pan out, but maybe I'm not doing enough to promote it at this point. Kat says, good morning, Shanon and friends. I'm writing a book review for November before getting dressed and heading out the door for an appointment. Also enjoying a cup of coffee. Well, if you leave out at any point and you'll probably say, you got to go. Maybe, I mean, depends on how life goes, right? Because sometimes you're like, oh gosh, I got to go. If I do not see you leave out, then thank you so much for being here, Kat. And then I was like, so it must feel great to be all caught up on the book reviews, because I know that was something you've been working really hard on for the last couple months. Yeah, I didn't need to put that up there. Hi, Carla. How's it going? Good morning. I have no idea how long I'll be on, as Verizon's here to fix something that's broken with the cable. Yours is through Verizon. Ours through AT&T. It's the only one they really had here. It's interesting how like the cell phone companies, like AT&T didn't start as a cell phone company. Well, it was a phone company, wasn't it? But they do have cell phones now. It's kind of weird how like the cell phone companies are now also your cable. So, which means they may cut the internet for fun. Hopefully not. Oh my goodness. Hey Randy, how's it going? Hey everyone. 100% Shanna. Yes, feel great to be done or caught up on those reviews. Currently working on second set edits, about a little over halfway through. Nice. Do you like mark your drafts like with your edit like that? Like for instance, what I do with my longer works is that it's like draft 1, draft 2, draft 3. And for me, they're drafts when Loki, leave that alone. He's like trying to knock stuff off my dresser. He got up on my dresser. He's trying to knock stuff off. Loki, I am going to have to. Nope, leave that alone. That is not a toy. Okay, he's getting down. Okay, anyways, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So my drafts are usually, because I'm not much of a planner. I plan things in my head, but things change as I'm writing. So drafting usually means that I have changed something currently where I'm at my writing, but the change is big enough that I need to kind of like start over and start getting it in there. And I know people, they'll think of stuff and they'll just put it in the draft and they'll wait until the draft's done. And then they'll go revise and add what they need to add to support that. But there's like something in my mind that does not allow me to do that. Like I'm like, okay, I'm changing this one thing. So she's gonna make this decision here, but she kind of needs to have like this setup that leads to that decision. I'm like, I could just add it later. I tell myself this every time. And then I can't, I'm like, I can't, it's wrong. And then so I just start over again. So those are drafting. And then I move into revision and I call those my revision drafts. Sorry, but I don't call it draft. I just call it revision. So I have like draft 1, draft 2, draft 3, then revision 1, revision 2, revision 3. And then I edit, because for me, I separate out revision and editing because of, I come from an academic background, which those are two separate things. So editing is the proofreading. And then after that, then I have my Atticus draft, because once I get the book into Atticus, which is the book formatting software, if I make changes to the draft in Atticus, I want to make sure I have the right draft to represent. Because I usually, once I get to an Atticus draft, that's it as far as what I work in, which is Word. And then I just work in Atticus after that. But sometimes things change. And so I might have 1 or 2 different Atticus drafts, usually not more than 2. But I'll have upwards of 10 to 15 drafts across all of those. And then for my longer works, for my short works, I'm finding I'm just calling them all drafts, even though I know that the succeeding drafts are revisions. So, all right, I'll go on. This morning started with a scene from a story that's been in the back of my head for a while. Decide to pop to the front. Never mind, I have 3 books to edit. And I'm halfway through my cozy fantasy. So you're not gonna get to work on those. Okay. I do like it though when I'm thinking of a scene for like a really long time and then I finally get to write it. I get excited about it. A part of me worries that it's not gonna come out the way it is, how I've envisioned it in my mind. But I always am still very excited to write whatever's been in my head for a really long time. Good morning, Adesha. I hope all is well with you. Are you working on anything today? Hello, Laura. How's it going? Getting organized today. Going to write all my scenes on note cards so I can stick them up on the wall. Didn't do anything yesterday because I couldn't figure out what scene I should be writing. Oh, I hate that. That was kind of like a little bit of a block. I've been there before where you're like, okay, what should I be doing next? And you have like all these different storylines and ideas, and you're like, okay, I could do that. I could do this. I could do this one. Are your note cards colored? I have used colored note cards, and I usually like my colored note cards will be by whatever POV. Especially like when I was writing my fantasy and I had like 5 or 6 different POVs. So each of my chapters would be one POV only. So I could do my chapter scene cards basically by POV. It's really cool. I don't think I ever put them on the wall. I bet that really helps with visualization of it. Hi, Inca. How's it going, everyone? Working on a nonfiction book today. Oh, nonfiction. You don't have to share. I feel like you did. If you were going to share, you were probably going to share already. But what's it about? You don't have to tell us though. Joanne, hello. Good morning, everyone. How are you? How are you all? And what are you working on today? This is a me thing. I am talking way too fast and stumbling over words here. I am doing fine. We had a leftover ham from like my husband had hung out with some friends or whatnot, and from like a friend's Thanksgiving, early friends thing. So we had some leftover ham. We gave it to the dog. What was left over of the ham, and I kept thinking, okay, it should be okay, right? Like, but because we had a dog for years before him, and she couldn't eat hardly anything outside of her normal bland food because she was very sensitive to it. And she'd get the runs. So I'm like, I don't know if we should give this to him, but I know he will love it. But we decided to give it to him, and yeah, he had the runs overnight. And we gave it to him early in the morning and thought if he was going to have the runs, we would know, but it was overnight. So husband had to get up and go and wash him down and everything because he's inside with us, and he has his kennel. So yeah, had to clean out his kennel. Yeah, so didn't sleep well. I'm a bit tired, but I feel fine. Like emotionally, I feel grounded. Hey, Joanne from Carla. Carla, how's it going? Looks like I'm about to lose Wi-Fi. I'll be back when it's back. Okay, thanks, Carla. And I hope that gets back quickly for you because I'm sure you have things you need to get done. Yes, love colored note cards. Yes. Cat's video incoming. Thank you. Which cat is it? Oh, cat video. See, you did it with a K here, and I'm like, I know a few cats that start with K. We've got one in the in the one who's joined us so far, right? And then there's a couple other ones, but you meant cat. It's top secret for now. Okay, I figured you would have shared it if it was something you were going to share. So no worries, it stay top secret. I love it. I've done that too. I keep things, especially like things I feel like I'm not sure if it's going to work out. I did that with my first Kickstarter. Like I knew I was going to do. I knew for over a year I was going to do a Kickstarter, and I'd already started collecting information and researching and taking a course. But it's like I didn't share with nobody. So, and I was just like, I don't know if this is gonna work, and I don't want to share. And then, I don't know. I guess for me, it's that more of that. Like I try something and it fails. Although it's such a good thing because I learned from failing. I learned so much about what can and cannot work from the things that I do and that fail. So but yeah, but the other part of it too is I just felt like I was going to jinx it. So I was like, I don't want to tell anybody because I want to jinx it and that's going to make it fail. And so, yeah, I don't know if that's the same feeling for you, but that's how I feel about things that, like, I don't know if I want to say it. All right, let's go ahead and get started on the first sprint. 1 hour on the clock. Find the right tab. Yep, that's it. Okay. And we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time. How did you do? So it's email day for me. Oops, I got my speech to text program on. Hold on. Okay. So I do, I deleted everything I just said. I do speech to text vomiting what I want to say in my emails, and then I put it into ChatGPT for it to take out the tone, whatever tone might it be. So, and then I just revised from there, send out. Although a couple emails, I was just didn't need it. It was just thank yous. So I finished off my Omega Reader thank yous, and then okay, so that was. Oh, Lord, I had too many things going on in my head. I can't keep it straight. I know what I'm doing when I'm working, but right now it's just a lot. So I got that done, did the Secret Santa stuff, got that sent out. And now I'm working on my Romantasy Adventures and trying to set up an email to remind my beta testers that I would appreciate a review on the site and some feedback. I think I'm going to start the review. I've already sent one email that said, hey, would love to, now that it's done, here, if you can leave a review on the website, and here's the link for the feedback. And then I sent a follow-up email for the feedback, I think. Yeah, it was feedback. So now I'm doing a follow-up email for the review, and had to be careful. Like I'm feeling a certain way with that, I know, as I'm verbal vomiting. So definitely ChatGPT is helping me take out the tone. Only because this wasn't as simple as me giving them an ebook to read. I had a few beta testers for the Faded Adventures, and it costs money to send out packages, and then printing the artwork and everything was quite a bit of money. So I'm really looking forward to getting some feedback on it, and some reviews. A couple of them have, but still have more that have not. So going to send out those reminder emails. Once I'm done with that, I then need to thank the beta testers who did do those things. I also need to thank one of my participants who has also done those things, and make a plan, because part of them doing the feedback on the Faded Adventures was that I would write a bonus scene. So I need to look out what they said. I do remember reading the one that the one participant did, who paid for the program, and they didn't give me just one scene, because I say, okay, what scene would you like? Do you want one of the other characters' points of views in this? Or I gave lots of ideas, and they picked like 5 or 6 ideas, and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna do one. Which one should I do? So, and I went on because there was too many decisions to make. Like there's too many things there to look at and try to figure out which one would be the right one. I went on without making a decision. So the decision paralysis. So that makes it hard. If they would have just told me, hey, I'd love this scene, I could have written it a while ago, but I still haven't figured out which one I should do. So I'm going to do some weighing pros and cons and figure out which one I do. So I got to make a plan for that. Then I'll finish up with my Faded Adventures. Then I can move on to my actual author email inbox. I started with my author email inbox, but I was looking at it's 369 emails that I need to go through. And I was like, yeah, let's start with the smaller inboxes and see if I can feel like I'm getting things done. So anyways, yeah, so that's what I worked on. I did when I was first looking at my author email inbox, and I thought I'd work on it. And I was like, I can't figure out, this is so much. And I did get up and walk around for a little while, trying to just order my thoughts. I'm like, okay, let me start with the smaller inboxes and take care of those ones first. So I did start with the smallest, which was my Omega Readers. So I only have 3 Omega Readers. And actually I didn't need to email one of them, because we just emailed each other last night. So I just had to email the other 2. But yeah, so that was the smallest one I had to do. So I did it first. They say that's one approach to feeling like you're accomplishing something, is to start small and move up to bigger projects. And that's actually a great way to do finances as well, because if you've got a lot of bills and there's some that you're just trying to pay off, you start with your smallest bill. So say your smallest bill is $100 a month that you pay on it, and then you pay it off. And I know that probably sounds kind of high, actually. Maybe it's $20 a month is what you pay on it, and it's only $100. And so then you pay it off. Now you start working on the next bill, and you pay a little bit extra if you can, but then you take that $20 you're paying on that one bill, and you add it to the next bill that's the next smallest but in the chain of things, and eventually get things paid off. I did all of that when I was in my 20s because I had like a lot of bills, and that's kind of the approach I took within my 20s, my early 20s, and by doing that and then making everything bigger and bigger until I paid off everything. And then I was able to apply the same concept to saving. I was able to buy my first house by myself when I was 24. So, yeah. Let's go see where you guys are. We left off with Inka saying, top secret for now for the nonfiction project she's working on. Oh my gosh, there are some fluffy cats. Oh yes, that was from Deshlay's cat video. I did watch it. It's funny. I've seen some of those clips that were in that one as part of other clips. So it's funny. It's like they just kind of like reuse. People reuse the same clips over and over. They just put them in different orders. But yes, any cat videos are so cute. I love it. So, we're actually going to go to a cat cafe this weekend because my son, my oldest son, is home right now, and he doesn't like to just sit around. He wants to go do stuff. And tomorrow night, actually, him and I were going to go do some painting. It's called Paint and Sip, so you can drink while you're painting or whatever. I don't really drink, but not that I don't like to drink. I like to drink. Drinking doesn't do anything for me. It takes a lot of alcohol to do anything for me. So I usually just don't because I don't need all of those calories. I wish I was a little bit lighter with them. So I have one drink and then feel the effects. That'd be good because I wouldn't have to consume so many calories, but it's not usually my life. But yeah, so we're going to paint, and it's like a galaxy like type painting, or it's a moon. It's like a moonlight night or whatever, like a big moon at nighttime with the galaxies behind it. And it's with glow in the dark paint, so that when you're in the dark or something, or not glow in the dark, black light paint. There you go. So you put a black light on it, and the colors are different, which is really cool. So he said he wanted to do that, and so we're gonna go. Him and I are gonna go do it because my husband doesn't really like to paint. I haven't painted in a while, so I will love it. So we're gonna do that tomorrow night. But that's all that we're really doing during the weekend. But then they're going to a cat cafe that opened up not too long ago in Pensacola, which is like the closest, biggest city to us. It's not really a big city. I mean, it's a big city in this area, but when you lived near like Louisville and Seattle and we were in Newport News in Virginia, that was a pretty big area there. And you in Honolulu, when you're coming from these big cities, then you come here, and Pensacola is the big city in the area, and like you're not that big. So yeah, so it doesn't have a whole lot, but they just opened a cat cafe where you go in, you have some coffee with some snacks, and pet the kitties that are all there. There's a whole bunch of kitties, and you have to book it ahead of time because they don't want too many people in there at one time. I guess it can be overwhelming for the kitties. So we're going to go to that this weekend. I'm looking forward to that. Anyways, where did I leave off? I don't know. And it was fluffy cats. Yay, kitten videos are great. Also, baby otter pups are super adorable. Yes, they are. I've seen those before. Yes. And, well, I'm going to try and get myself situated for the day. Oh, awesome. I don't know if that means you've gone. You might have left. And if you did, thanks so much for being here. Eva came in. Morning. How are you doing? Are you working on anything? JL also came in. Good morning, everyone. How's your day so far? I would love to work on the book, but need to spend some time wearing out the puppy's energy before I can sit down and focus. JL, I don't know if you're still here. You mentioned that you worked with that one editor on Fiverr. And I was like, yeah, I went and favorited it. And then I was trying to find it because someone yesterday emailed me asking if I knew any good developmental editors. And I thought of that editor that you talked about. And so I went on Fiverr to see if I could find it and realized that like I have a whole bunch of other editors in my favorite folder. And it doesn't show me by date when I added stuff on Fiverr. So I'm like, I don't even know which one it was now. So if you're still here, if you wouldn't mind giving me the handle or the name of the person, that's all I need because I favorited it. I just need to figure out which one it is out of all the ones I favorited. I don't know if I'm making any sense. I feel like I'm not saying those words right, but all right, go on. Keiko, hello. How's it going? Just came back from work. Again, like every early shift overtime today. My one supervisor who ordered freezer stuff apparently thought we already ordered for Christmas. Really? Oh my goodness. Sarcasm here. I only finished the 9 wagons like 90 minutes ago, and I still need to get 3 more wagons aside. It's so full. It looks like it's already Christmas. I noticed that too. I was driving home from the gym this morning, and I started seeing all these Christmas decorations up everywhere. And I'm like, but we still have Thanksgiving. I think I don't want to think about Christmas because my oldest son is home right now and he leaves the day after Thanksgiving. And I don't know, Thanksgiving is a U.S. holiday, but he's here for Thanksgiving, and he leaves the day after Thanksgiving. And I'm not gonna be able to see him for Christmas. So like, I don't want to think about Christmas coming yet, because when Christmas comes, he's not gonna be here. So yeah, I don't want to think about it yet. I mean, we got our youngest son, of course, but the oldest boy is gonna go back doing his job in the military. It's like it's already Christmas, and she's ordered a bunch of stuff that would be very, very clearly shown in a scan device. Don't know what it's called in English, as in stock, no order necessary. Oh yeah, outs. I mean, and I worked in I worked at Walmart for a little while, and I was kind of I wasn't like a head of a department or anything, but I was like one of the few ones that did the cell phone stuff, and they called them outs, something like that. Supervisors number 1, number 2 are angry at supervisor number 3. Oh, that sucks. It always sucks when like their work mom and dads don't get along. I wrote a book review and got dressed. I'm heading out for my appointment. Thanks for the sprints, Shanon, and happy Monday, friends. Happy Monday. Hope that goes well, your appointment. Tiffany, hello. Good morning, everyone. She says, what are you working on? Finished chapter 23 edits and now scanning at Pro Writing Aid because the Google Doc extension just doesn't want to work. Oh, screaming, not scanning. Lord, I don't know what it is with words today. Screaming at Pro Writing Aid. I can hear it because Google Doc extension doesn't want to work. Really? Yeah, I don't have a Google Doc open. I'm not working on anything at the moment. But yeah, do you know, I don't really like the Google Doc extension or the Word document extension. I feel like it takes a really long time for anything to really like to show up. And like when you fix things, right, it's supposed to come off, and then sometimes it doesn't. It does that too in Pro Writing Aid. You'll say like, obviously I write, romantasy, which is fantasy, and I have fantasy names and things like that. And I'll say, add this to the dictionary for a fantasy name. And then like 2 chapters later, it'll highlight the name as being wrong again. I'm like, hello, I added you. I shouldn't have to keep adding you. There's definitely some glitches with Pro Writing Aid. And I found I didn't like it in Google Docs or in Word. So I always use it in the online version. Yeah. I am here, and I have gotten about 150 words so far. Awesome, Stacey. Yes, it is great. Got some words in. I really strongly feel wanting to write right now, and I'm like, nope. I've got too many admin things I need to get done. I have a basic outline with random notes and ideas for further research. Yeah, don't fall down the research hole though. Like that's something I'm sure you've got it. You're really good at keeping yourself on a timeline with stuff with your writing. I would say stuff because words are just not working today. With your writing, yeah, you're really good at doing that. But I do remember that was something I always had to like cover when I was teaching English and literature. When it came to the research, and I was like, just research a little, then stop, and you got to write, because you can research forever and then never write. Mostly because they didn't want to write the essay. So that's not going to be the case for you. You want to write what you're writing. And hello to everyone from Adeshlet. Anyone I miss? Yay for the cat cafe. As for the cat videos, yes, a number of them get reused. Yeah, I do see them. Yeah. However, I still arrive with the cute kid. I appreciate it. I didn't mean that to mean anything negative. Hopefully you didn't take that negative. I think it's funny how you kind of see the same ones over and over again, but just in different formats. Like that one was like the top 10, although I don't think they had 10. That's something else I've noticed with like YouTube shorts. They'll say top 5 and they give you 4, and then they don't give you the next one. And I think it is actually a gimmick, because the longer you can get someone watching your short over and over and over again, the better it does in the algorithm. The more views the more that YouTube will push your short. So if they do 1, 2, 3, 4, and you think 5 is next, and it goes to the next one, but it's actually number 1 again, and you're watching it, and it takes you a second to realize, oh wait, I've seen this one already. Now you're watching the YouTube short again, because they're not very long, so you might get through half of the short before you realize you've already watched it and it never gave you a number 5. So I've seen that too many times with things there on the YouTube shorts. And maybe the occasional otter. I want to see an otter one. I don't know if you've shared an otter one before. I've seen them in the past, but it's been a minute since I've seen them. Ooh, cat cafes. I'm glad they're picking up in the States. I went to one in Japan and loved it. Cool. Yeah, I'm glad that they're here too. Adeshlet is here. I woke up from a stressed dream, and my queue of things to do catch up on is larger than I like. I feel the same way. Yeah, I have too many things. Too many things. And then I had a freak out yesterday. I started Facebook ads on my Romantasy Adventures. At the time, the Facebook ads when they were started running was only on the giveaway for the Romantasy Adventures, because I couldn't get the address part to work when someone went to buy the experience. I couldn't get it to work. I coded everything in conjunction with what Squarespace has on their website. So when it came to the actual creating like the things to buy and setting all that up, there was some of it that I didn't catch. And that was right before I went to the conference, and I thought, I don't have time for this, so I just put it aside. So the Facebook ads, started them last week, and they're not doing too bad. But I thought, well, let me go. If you didn't know, Facebook has an ads library. So if you can check by like your genre, or by an item, or by an author's name, or whatever it is that you're trying to sell, they have it on there. If someone's done ads on Facebook, it's in the ads library and you can search for it. So I thought on Sunday morning, I was like, you know what, let me just search what like romantasy authors are doing, even if it's just for their books, because a lot of times you can like look at different things that people are doing and what's working for them, and apply it, in a different way for what the project is that you want to do your ads on. And so the ads I'm doing right now is on my experience, right? Well, it's on the giveaway because the experience was not open yet. And I did it. And sure enough, the very first thing that popped up as of that day was another experience just like mine. It was called the Romantasy Letters. And I mean, I say it's just like mine, but they have their own thing, obviously. And I can never say the word right. It's told in a epistolary format. So it's letters in the mail, which mine's letters in the mail. But their letters in their mail, they also use that storytelling format that I can't say. That means it's letters. So it is a romantasy, and you get in the mail letters, but you get letters from the main character who she's writing the male character. And you also get letters from the main male character. So the story is told through letters between the two of them. Where mine, there are some letters, like actual letters in the mail. You get like letters from the character, you get letters from Isa, which is the Grand Magister of the Academy. But then you also have the journal entries, which is the story itself, and that's telling the story. So yeah, so mine is definitely different. I also have where, you can choose between 4 characters, which one you want to go through the story with, where there's just one character. It's a different setting. It's still romantasy. But when I went to their website, I was like, wow, this looks like really professional. I'm like, I coded my website, and now I'm like, maybe mine's not that professional, but mine has more of a mystical fantasy feel versus that website. But it was like really making me feel down for a while yesterday. Like I almost wanted to cry. I was like, oh, I thought I was like coming up with this on my own. I was to be the first one out there with this thing. And now I'm not. I'm behind the curve. I did get my Romantasy Adventures up though. I did spend yesterday a little bit of coding the website and figuring it out, how to get it going. And now it's up there and people can buy it. But I haven't, I thought I have to hurry and do Facebook ads just for those, just for the experience, because I don't have that done yet. And I was like, and I got it up. I was like, forget it. And I was like, come on, Shannon, you got to like calm down here. And then I started like going into like, what are the positive? And so the positive is that, I can see what they're doing and see what works and what doesn't work for them, so that maybe I can hit on something that works better for me. I can also see how I can position myself in the market to be slightly different, or, how I'm different from them. They're getting out into the market as well, where people are going to see it and become familiar with the format, so that when I'm finally able to get ads up, that when people see it, they might be already somewhat familiar with the format. So it's not like a brand new thing. So I did start writing like a list of things of why this could be a good thing. So I would like stop freaking out yesterday. Yeah, there you go. So I had this stress yesterday, not dreaming, but yeah. So I'm just getting my mind right. Hopefully you're able to get there. And Christmas, it snowed last week here. It did. We haven't had any snow, which I think is kind of weird to say we don't have any snow when we live in Florida, but we did have snow earlier this year. So I hadn't even put up fall stuff. Yeah, we don't have any fall stuff out yet. I'm finishing up my Thanksgiving romance so I can get it for a pre-order today. Oh, okay. Fingers crossed so you get that done. We need to get through this so Tiffany can get back to her working. Finished all my note cards. Might stick them on a giant piece of cardboard and call it a Kanban board. Yeah. I think that's great. But, if you do put on a piece of cardboard, right, that might be more movable. You can move it around with you if you go somewhere else. I'm on the free version, so the word limits why I use the extension. Oh, okay, gotcha. But it's telling me to pick which account to use, only letting me choose the default one, and then it's on a loading screen forever. Gosh. Hopefully you can get it working for you. Good morning, Louise. How's it going? Hope all is well. Read gimmicks and dramatic voice. How dare they use fluffy as a gimmick? LOL. How dare Facebook mess with Clone 8's O coding? Oh my goodness. Thank you for the laugh. Yeah, I was freaking out yesterday. I was like, oh, I mean, they definitely, the way they set it up is definitely different. I feel like I'm more of a romanticy vibe than they are because their website is like a dark blue and like a cream color. So it's all like dark blue and cream. And I use more of the vibrant blues and purples, which is right now is what's in for romanticy. But they just look their website just looks professional. So from the outside, I feel like I don't know if this would be true, if it actually would be true. I'm guessing what someone from the outside who's looking at both of these, they might feel like more comfortable going with something that looks more professional. Like, because we are hearing too often now of people like selling things and then not delivering on it, especially like some Kickstarters recently. But it's been more than just that. So, you want to have that reliability and, give someone a sense of trust. And that's what I'm trying to get the beta testers for my program or for this experience to get reviews up there. So it could be on my website. I have 3 up there right now. And 2 are for my beta testers, but 1 is from someone who bought the program or bought the experience. I keep saying program, but I don't know. Yeah. LOL. Here's an otter one. Thank you for sharing. Website. I'm glad you checked all the good things about it. I'm in agreement with you. Oh, thank you. Also, your stories and approach is uniquely yours, and people may appreciate just for that. Yeah, but like if I can't get them to buy it, they're not going to know that the story is uniquely mine. Maybe. I did have one moment. I think this is so stupid that I did this, but there's one moment I went through their website and they have a section for the story. Like I have a section for my story, and what the story is about. And mine's a little bit longer. It's just like 2 paragraphs long. There's just one single paragraph, but they have a typo in the paragraph. I don't know why I was like, you have a typo. Maybe I should reach out to them and let them know there's a typo. And May will. Oh, is this in reference to something else probably you said? May. I'm in agreement with you. I don't know where that would have gone. I got to the end. All right, let's go ahead and get going in a second sprint. Find the right tab here. Yep, there it is. All right, 1 hour on the clock for anyone who wants to leave out. Thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Okay, that's time on the second sprint. How did you do? I guess I should take off this banner here. So I got through with all of my smaller email inboxes, got everything sent out that I want to get sent out. And then even I checked the podcast schedule because we have some podcast recordings coming up for the final season, which starts in January. And realized, we're right about the 2-week mark for our next author interview, which right about 2-week mark is usually when I go through and make questions for the author. And then I share them with the team. And so I made the questions, and I didn't share it yet because I reached out to someone to be a guest host to see if there'd be a guest host on the show, because we're down. It's just myself and Ben for this last season to ask the questions. And I think it works really well. The format works really well. It also looks really well on screen to have 4 people on screen. So I'm just going to wait to hear back from the guest co-hosts. And haven't heard anything back yet. So, and then I went to work on my email inbox. And I started with 396 emails is what I had this morning when I opened it. It was over 400 by the time I got into there, because I get between 15 to 20 emails every day. And I've got it down to 357 emails. So I'm getting closer and closer to trying to get this email inbox down. I've yet to get below 200 emails in my inbox, and I really would like to get it down to 0. I don't know if that'll happen today, because some of these ones, and again, I approach my email inbox with start with the path of least resistance, the smaller ones. So the ones that I'm okay, I know what those are. Check, read them real quick. Done reading them. Some I know I have to respond to. Those are I'm waiting, because that's going to take me more time to get through. And that's the approach I've been taking with my email inbox for the last 2 years. And I have not been at 0 emails in my inbox since 2023. So I would like to get back there eventually one day, and not feel like I'm always have something that's waiting on me. So anyways, that's where I'm at. Left off with talking about the Fated Adventures, Romantasy Adventures, and how I found that on Facebook with someone else. Typo, yeah, reach out. Good time to network. Definitely. I should reach out. Yeah. Hello, Homeschool Knockouts. Nice to see you again. I can always rely on SC to have a sprint going when I ask, I wonder who's sprinting today before I start my day, LOL. I don't know if you're still here, but that is true generally, but we are less than a month out from me taking a month off. So just wanted to let you know. I don't know if you're still here. So starting December 15th through January 14th, I always take a month off. It's a good time for me to reset. And I tried to have something come out on my channel during that time, not a sprint though, but I was not successful in doing that last year. Although I did make a guest appearance on someone else's channel, and they dual streamed to my channel, but it wasn't my stream. But so that was a little bit things happening on my channel, but I didn't get any videos out. I try to schedule something during that time because YouTube does not like it if you take a break, and a month is way outside their range of what they like. They're usually just okay if you take a week off, but more than that, they don't like it. So I say, yes, this is always true until right about a month from now. It won't be true. I'll be gone for a month, but then I'll be back. Celeste says, oops, logged in under my nonfiction channel name. It's all right. Well, welcome back under this name. So Celeste, are you Homeschool Knockouts then? This one? I think I've seen this one, the Homeschool Knockouts. That's been in some of the BookTube channels, if I remember right, but I could be misremembering. Massive puppy distractions happening. So sorry if I missed anything in the chat. Thankfully, they're super cute, so I can wait until our nap time to edit. Are you still here, JL? I won't say it again. There's something I was trying to ask you, but I think you had left out before you heard me. If you're still here, let me know. Hopefully, you're still here when I get to your comment, and then I can ask you again. Tiffany, actually, I just created questions for your interview. You're the one that we're interviewing in 2 weeks, two weeks and 2 days. On December 3rd, we're interviewing you. So, yeah, it is our final season. Yeah. I see the comment here. Yeah, I found that I don't have the same joy for it that I had for it before. I really was feeling so much joy for it in the beginning, especially bringing on all the authors. And, we're coming from a place where we're just all trying this thing and we're doing the best that we can. And we may not be super successful, Harry Potter fame or whatever, or other people, but we are all here trying to do this thing and trying out what could work as far as publishing, as far as marketing, and to share our experience with everybody. So that was where it all came from. And I was so super excited about it back then because I was brand new and, publishing books. I'm still excited to learn what other people are doing. I'll often ask people, how are they doing something in the chat if they say like, oh, I'm formatting books or whatever. It's just now I have two main pain points. My two main pain points are one, the scheduling, because I have two co-hosts and then of course the author we're bringing on, and then my own schedule. My schedule tends to be the most open because I don't have another job. But in trying to schedule all four of us where it all worked out over the years has just become more of a pain point, and it's gotten harder and harder. And then I start feeling like down about it. Like the fact that we're down a co-host, that's why I'm trying to get a guest co-host to come on. I got one to come on for the first. We just recorded the first episode of the season, and I was able to get a guest co-host to come on because I like the idea of having three people for the questions, because I feel like it's more of a conversation that way. I don't know. Maybe, and again, it looks great on screen because you have four people versus, like on screen. It just looks really nicely even. I like even numbers. Okay. I have a thing with even and odd numbers. So if it's just me and Ben and you, then it's just three of us. So I like having another person on screen that makes it four. So I'm trying to find a guest co-host, which I'm sure I'll find one. I just reached out to somebody. And I was trying to look for people who were on the show already so that we'd be like, hey, this is our final season. Come back and one last time and, say something about, they can, promote whatever it is about them or whatever. But where am I getting off topic? I have no idea why I'm getting off topic. But yeah, I just did all your questions. I like them. But and then once I get them approved through the co-host, then I'll send them your way, which I try to do like a week out. Oh, the second pain point. The second pain point was editing, because we do our interviews. They're roughly an hour long. Sometimes it can be shorter, sometimes slightly longer. But however length it is, it takes me like 3 to 4 more times that time to edit it. And it's just so much to go through and edit. Now, I've been able to cut that back a little bit because people are now looking for less heavily edited podcast episodes, because it does signify real human here and not AI, because AI doesn't mess up when they do their podcast interviews, I guess. So I've been leaving in some ums and ahs and like all that stuff. And so it doesn't take me quite as long time, but still it's at least double to 3 times as much. So if I have an hour-long episode, it takes me anywhere between 2 to 3 hours for editing. And I've gotten to the point where I'm like, I don't want to be editing anymore. I'd rather be writing during all that time. So it doesn't mean that I won't have a podcast. I'm in talks with a couple people to do another podcast, but to take out those pain points. So I do like podcasting. I think it's fun, but those are my two main pain points I cannot resolve. I've tried resolving them in different ways, and I really haven't. Like I paid for, I think it's actually an AI program that you put your video in there and it finds all the ums and ahs, and you can just hit the button to cut them all out. And I was like, I don't really want to pay for this. I really don't want to pay for it. So I only used it for like the one, actually, I don't think I paid for it. I think it was a trial, and then you had to pay for it after that. And I was like, I don't want to pay for it. So I ended up not using it. But I couldn't find a way to legitimately reduce my pain points and feel good about it. So yeah. So last season, we will get to episode number 100, and then that will be our final episode. So I think you're episode number 98. So we only have one more episode after yours. We're going to do episode 99 and 100. We'll record those next year. So yours is the last one that we are recording for author interviews. You are actually our final author interview. Yeah. And then Paula came in. Hello. I heard from a birdie, it's your birthday. I don't know if you're still here, but happy birthday. Just dropping in to hug the like button. Thank you so much. Yeah, final season. Me with my 31. Oh gosh, that would kill me, Inka. 31,000. I would just go in there and just select all and delete. I cannot stand an inbox that has stuff in it. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind if there's like 10 hanging out, like, hey, don't forget about us. We got to do things with you. Whatever it is I'm supposed to do with those 10 emails or whatever. As long as I can see them on screen when I pull it up, I'm okay with that many. I do like getting down to 0 and have nothing that's hanging over my head, but I don't think that my author life is ever going to be like that ever again. It was like that in the beginning. So, 31,000? Oh my gosh, that would kill me. And I have about 7 other emails. Yeah, I have a lot. I have so many Gmails that I can't even, like, you can change your Gmail account profile, right? You just click on your picture in the top right, and you can see all your other Gmail accounts. You can go click on one. I have so many that I can't add them anymore. If I want to add another account that I have and sign into it, I have to like sign out of some of these other accounts. So, and then I also have been, I'm a delegated on a couple of accounts for groups I'm a part of. So I have a couple of delegated accounts that show up on there as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is what I have on here right now. And I don't have all of them in here, but oh wait, and I'm signed into one, so it's 9. So yeah, I've got the main ones. I've got my civilian account. I've got my author account. I've got my Fated Adventures account. I've got my books account. Got my podcast account. Got the conference account. Currently, I was signed into the Secret Santa account, but I'll be signing out of that one because I did send out the email telling everybody that we had canceled that. So I can sign out of that one, and probably I will never use that one again. I don't think I'm ever going to do another Secret Santa here on YouTube. I am trying to cut out all the things that take away too much time from writing, and I have a lot that I want to do in the next 2 years. I've been filling out my plan for the next 2 years, working on that for the last month or so. So yeah. Randy says only edited 3 pages, but I did put up laundry and cleaned up a bit because the urge to clean only hits when you're on a deadline. Isn't that true? That's 1000% true. So, or you're trying to avoid. And thank you, Shannon. You deserve the break, aka homeschool knockouts. Yay! Yeah, and I do a lot. I think it's I did always say it's kind of like part of my ADHD superpower. But it's also a deterrent as well, or not deterrent, not super. What's the opposite of superpower? That's not the right opposite word. Yeah. So like, I like to like try new things all the time, which I want to try new things with writing and not other projects that keep taking my time away from stuff. But I do stay very, very busy. Like I had the podcast, I had the conference, for a minute though, Secret Santa, but I don't have the time for it. Yeah. So, and there's other things I want to do. I want to do an anthology. I want to do a yearly anthology, and I've been developing it in my head. I have yet to write anything down, but I've been developing it in my head for over a year. So I want to do that, and that anthology would support my writing. So that's more supportive than like say my podcast, which is all about publishing tips and tricks. So there's the anthology. Oh, and I want to do another Charm Chats and Happily Ever After Sprints in February. I did that 2 years ago. Absolutely loved it. Just brought on a bunch of fantasy romance authors, romantasy authors to talk about one of their books, to play some games. Their favorite game was the Would You Rathers. But I also I liked Pictionary with fantasy romance theme. And then we did a writing sprint, and it was so much fun. It was a lot of work, but it was so much fun. And I want to do it again. So I want to do that. That's February, which I got to start planning for that in December. And yeah, there's just so many things I want to do. But I think taking that time off in December helps me get like refreshed for everything because I go full force into things. That's the ADHD part, the hyper focus on it. And then you also seek new stimuli. So intro written about a quarter into chapter 1. Do you know how long it's going to be? I know nonfiction books tend to be shorter. I've been a beta reader for Dale on most of his books that came out in his last series. And they were anywhere from like 20,000 upwards to close to 40,000 words, which is actually not too bad. So I don't know if you've got an idea of how long you think yours will be. I was terrified during my interview. Well, yeah, if I remember right, it was the first interview you did, right? Like you did like on a podcast, your first podcast interview. And you did great. It was awesome. Yay, going out with a bang. And I know, right? Cleaning and deadlines go together. And I was just thinking too about not just that, right? If you're trying to avoid, I think I went off on a tangent and I got away from that. But I do have a pile of laundry I've pulled out from my laundry basket to do it. It's sitting next to me. And I'm like, I should get up and do this. I'm like, no, if you do that, you're walking away from your emails and all these emails you need to get through. You're trying to avoid. First and only. I still have not done another one, though I do want to. Yeah, I've thought about it. I hear such like both sides of the spectrum when it comes to doing author interviews. People on one side will say they're awesome, they're great. You can get a lot of book sales that way. You get your name out there. People can find out more about you. And I can say part of that is true when it comes about finding out more about you, because some of the authors that we've had on the podcast, I do this with every author I've ever brought on. I always do like a deep dive research, everything I can find. Um, and most of the time that's like, their Amazon author page, their Instagram, their whatever. And that's where you can find out more information about the author. But some authors have been on podcasts. And those ones, when I do the deep research on them, I get to listen to the other podcasts and see what they already got asked. And sometimes there's a transcript. And so now I'll read that. And some do just interviews that end up online somewhere. And so I'm able to go through like all the information so that I can ask something new. And then also, I try to touch back on something that they've already done, because that helps to keep the loop going for the author of them getting found by people. So that is really cool. You can have someone find out more about you that way. And then there's people on the other end who say podcasts are a waste of time. You don't sell books. It's better doing something else. So I think it's like anything else when it comes to being an indie author. You do what you like to do, which gives you results and moves the needle. So if you do podcasts and you like doing podcasts and you can see results from it, then I would say keep going. We had the one gal on. She was young. I think when I asked her to come on the podcast, I'm trying to remember, I think she was 15 years old and she turned 16 right before we recorded. So when I contacted her, she was still 15. And she did like all the podcasts. That's how I found her. She was doing all these different podcasts. She was selling books, and brought her on. And she said, in that interview that yes, being on podcasts helps her sell books. And then I talked to other people who are like, it doesn't do anything for you. It doesn't move the needle. So yeah, it's like really, really opposite spectrum there of what works for authors and what doesn't. So I'll probably end up around 25K. I hope. I tend to overwrite about 25K. So you don't want to go no more than 25K. Then I'm guessing, since you tend to, your fear is that you overwrite. So if you're fearing to overwrite and you're hoping is at 25K, you're hoping not to go over 25K probably. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good range, I think, a really good size for a nonfiction book, depending on the topic, which you're not sharing, which is fine. I'll be excited for when it comes out. But okay, got to the end of the comments. Let's go ahead and get into the next sprint. And anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, another hour on the clock. 3, 2, 1, and good luck. That is time on that sprint. How did you do? I got through a few more emails, and every now and then Gmail does this. Hasn't happened for a while, but it's happening today. Where oh well, I forgot to stop the. I'm thinking we're going on to the next one. Let me find the right tab. We are not starting the next one yet. We are going to pause. Um, yeah. So like, I'll go through and I'll like copy the email address of wherever I'm getting a bunch of newsletters from, and I'll put it into the search mail and then say only inbox, and then I can start sorting it out. So like I get a couple of Loki. No, not yet. My older son just got home from somewhere. I heard the door open and Loki's like, "Let me out of the office. I can go see who it is." um, yeah, I have all three cats in here, and the only one I've had to say anything to a couple times now is Loki. But anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so I can like choose all the ones that belong to. I got yeah right. I get a couple TLDRs, whatever that stands for. I can't remember the moment. But I get one for marketing. I get one for news items on certain things and whatnot. So I get different ones. And some of them, they get out of date real quick because everything's happening so fast. Like the AI ones happen so fast that if I don't read them and they're from like a month ago, I just delete them because I only want to know like what's happening right now and, everything AI. And, I look at stuff that's not just AI for like writing or I just look at what's happening overall in the business sector. How are people using it in their business? How are they using it as part? Like I just read through, it didn't really apply to me, but I think the article name was something along the lines of six-figure business people appreciate AI chatbots more than others or something like that. And I read a little bit of it, just interested in the psychology of that. So anyways, so some of the stuff I can just highlight all of it and delete, and that's okay. But some of it I highlight all of it, like some of the marketing stuff, I don't ever delete any of that. I just put it into different folders. And so I highlight all of it and then I can, right click and move it to a folder. And right now the right click moving to a folder is not working if you have multiple things chosen, which means my inbox now is going down very slow. I'm only at 348. I think I was 356 from the last sprint. And now I'm on email 348 out of 356 that were unopened. I was just getting ready to respond on this email. Some of these emails just reading stuff, and some of it is I got read stuff later. Let me file it away, and others are I have to respond. So I think I can probably get below 300 before today is done. The feature is not working, like I said, right now. I can do one by one, and that just takes too long. So I'm just going from the top down. But yeah, let's see how you guys did. Left off here with Inka saying that the nonfiction book she's working on probably end up roughly around 25K. I hope I didn't overwrite. Randy says it always depends on the demographic you're going for, like how some people can rely on social media as opposed to running ads to reach viewers, or how some people use newsletters as their holy grail. So I think this was in response to talking about like how certain things work for some authors, which may not work for others, right? Because there's always something that's different. And I do agree the holy grail is the newsletter. It's not always the best way to sell stuff. Again, I think that does, like you mentioned, depends on the demographic and what you're going for. But then I think the newsletter serves so many different functions. Typically, that's where I get like my beta readers and alpha readers and stuff like that from ARC readers, although I'm not having a lot sign up for this book that's about to come out in January. So, but we'll see. What was I thinking? I don't remember. But yeah, definitely. Like, and I'm sure like social media is supposed to work really well for romantasy authors, which is what I am, but I don't do it. So it is not something I really align with. It's not my place of where I like to really do things, but I'm trying to push myself more to do it. We'll see if we get there. Hey Andy, how's it going? Oh, I also did get some lunch too. I had some a chicken breast with some yogurt. Oh, and a deviled egg. I was like, I ate something else. What else did I eat? It was a deviled egg. So yeah, JL had. Oh, I don't know that you were even here earlier. Well, I probably will not find out the answer to my question. Hopping off to take the puppies out. Hope everyone has a good rest of the day. Thank you so much for being here, JL. Like boot button booped. Thanks so much, Andy. I hope that you're doing well. I don't know if you're still here. That was no, that was an hour and 3 minutes ago. Wait, an hour and 3 minutes ago? Wait, whoa. I guess it was the beginning of the sprint. JC came in. Hello, hello. Hope you're having a great start to your week. It's going. It's not bad, but it's just going. Hello, everyone. This is JC. Eva says, back from buying a new planner. This time it'll work. It'll fix my life. I was working on my new planner last night. I've been getting the same planner, and I don't really plan stuff. I use it to mark like all my writing in it or whatever. Like last week, I wrote all my writing in it and 2 notes for revisions on 2 different stories. That's what I use it for. But I get the same planner every year. I really like it. So I got my 2026 planner in, and last night I was sitting there with the family and working on my publishing schedule for the next 2 years. I had things written down, but I was trying to plan it out in the full year. So actually, I'm using it as a planner now, aren't I? Nia came in. Hello, how are you doing? I'm sorry I missed your scripting the book. I saw that. I meant to go back, but my son's in right now, so I keep thinking I'm gonna do this, and I stop in for a second, and then I forget. My writing day is just getting started. Well, at least you're getting some writing in. I feel like I don't have much writing for the rest of the year. I mean, I probably do, because the first 3 stories of my 8-part short story series is making it through my Omega readers. I have three Omega readers, and the second one just finished. She just sent me an email, so now I have to go to my other email inbox. I cleared it out. I was several email inboxes. Today's email day for me, trying to clear out emails, and I saved the big one for last, which is my author email inbox. But she just sent me a message saying that she finished it, so I need to go over and say thank you. And so I want to get them the next 3 stories in December, and I need to revise these 3 stories based off of their comments and revise them for, I think I'm just going to do beta readers. I usually do alpha and beta readers. I've just added in Omega readers, which are people who really want to read whatever I'm writing next. And sometimes it could be quite awful. Like I felt like my 3rd story was quite awful in this bunch that they just got. And it ended up being like at the top of the list for the 2 readers who finished already. Because I asked them to rank the stories, the 3 stories. And they really liked that story. And I'm like, that was like the worst one because I wrote it when I was sick. I had like 5 verbs for 1 sentence because I couldn't figure out which verb to pick. Luna, I know you hear your boy out there. So our old cat Luna is now at the door because she hears my oldest son out there. And we've had her since he was 8. He's 25. Nope, he's 24. He's 24 today. Yes, he's 24. And so she hears him and she's like, I want to go out there and be with him. I should just go let the cats out. But what was I saying? I have no idea. Anyways, let me go on. Oh, writing. I want to get back to writing. I wrote on Saturday. I did revise. I revised story 4 and the beginning of story 5. But I need to finish 5 and 6 to get them to my Omega readers before the end of December. So I got some time in there I got to revise. I'd rather just be writing right now, but I do have things I have to get done this week. Nia from JC. Hi, JC. Hi, Nia and JC from Eva. Hi, Eva. Lurking. Lurk away. I got home from an impromptu date with the guy, Barnes & Noble, yay, and started playing with my new planner. I feel like you talked about playing with your planner already. Did I read that one already? Am I rereading things? Did I go back in time? Oh, no. Okay. Back from buying a new planner. This will work. Okay. So you just added it to all the rest of the stuff that you did. Okay. I thought like I too long didn't read. I think it means something else. Or I always thought it did. The load down something. I could be totally wrong. What does TLDR mean? Yes, that. Too long didn't read. It does mean that. I guess I was just making up stuff. Too long didn't read. It can be used to introduce a short summary of longer text or dismissive comment. Oh. See, I've never seen it in the context of being dismissive. I've always seen it in the context of it being a short summary. So I get a couple of TLDR emails that just summarizes a bunch of articles that are out there on whatever topic it is I get the email for, which I get a couple different ones. I like the marketing ones the most. And you know, it's not marketing specifically for publishing. It's just marketing what's working in different types of marketing, what's working for different types of businesses, what's, you know, because I get like different ideas. That's how I came across that idea that I'd passed it on to Devin in January, and I always think I'm going to use it one of these days, and I probably will, which is, it was an article about waiters, and it showed that, like, it's like it was like a restaurant where they gave the candy, sort of like an Olive Garden. They gave the, like, the mint candy or whatever. It was something else, where they would, come up and say, hey, thank you so much for visiting. And they give them the candy, and they turn around and start walking away. And they come back and say, oh, I meant to give you this one too. And then they give you something else. And they found that customers actually rated the interactions more highly. They rated the restaurant more highly, blah, 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 because it seemed like it was personal, that the waiter or waitress was thinking about them specifically and, taking care of them. And, that they weren't just a number or just a customer. And I thought that would be really cool. Like, once you have, like, your own online store, which I've been trying to do an online store, but I'm not very good at advertising it. Now that I'm learning Facebook ads, I'll probably get better at it, but not at the moment. And I was like, you could sell that. That could be part of the process of you selling, is that you're selling this book or whatever. And then you're like, thank you so much for purchasing the book. And then you send a follow-up email and say, oh, I forgot. I meant to give you this coloring book page to go with it. Something along these lines. So it doesn't exactly have to be that, but I have lots of coloring page books or coloring pages that I could offer, something like that. So yeah, I don't know. I went on a tangent. I have no idea where I was going again. Took forever to edit one image for my reader magnet. Oh my gosh, I know those days. Perfectionism is procrastination for me sometimes. Yes, I feel that. What did I do? Yes, I was being too precious about some graphic. I think it was last week. Pretty sure. Yeah, I think it was last week, like Wednesday. I was working on a graphic. What was I working on a graphic for? Oh, it was for my stream on Saturday. And I was, like, really trying to get the sword right on there. And I kept using different images of swords, and I was really messing it up, making it look terrible. And I was like, you're spending, like, hours making this one graphic for a freaking live stream. Shannon, stop being so precious about it and just get it up. And then I did put it up there, and I realized later it was the wrong graphic that I put up, and it looked terrible. So I had to go switch it out. Because I told myself to stop being so precious about it. Yeah, I was there last week. I always get a boost in sales when I put out a newsletter, and it's where I recruit my beta readers. Yeah, I've noticed the boost in sales too, depending on what it is. My newsletter is not really big for some reason. Like, I do get some sales when my book is, like, I launch my bigger, longer novels at full price. When I say, hey, it's been launched, I get some sales. It's not as much, though, as what I get when I say, hey, this book is on sale right now. Then I get a ton of sales when a book is on sale. So, yeah, compared to what I get when it's full price. But yeah, I recruit my beta readers, my Typo Buster team. It's where I got my Omega readers from, because they were all in my newsletter when the different ones approached me at different times. And so, yeah. Still on the same chapter, but another 3 pages edited. Making progress then. I need the hyperfixation to kick in so I can barrel through the rest of this chapter. Maybe you need to take care of that laundry or whatever it was you said that was, like, trying to make you procrastinate earlier. Sometimes you just have to clear away some of the stuff that's trying to make you procrastinate so that you can stop procrastinating and then hyperfixate. That's awesome, Eva. I'm a huge fan of planners. Like, of the people or of the actual planner, like, physical object? Probably the physical object. I don't know why I went the other way. My brain is kind of silly today. Still lurching my way through chapter 1. This is going to take longer than I thought. Really? I started writing a nonfiction book a couple years ago. It was about email newsletters. And I wrote the first 15,000 words in one day. It was all dictation. But it was just a verbal vomit into dictation, everything I knew about it. And I was like, wow, I could get this done really fast. And I knew how I was going to do the rest of the book. But then I had and still have imposter syndrome. Like, who wants to hear from me about email newsletters when there's so many great books out there already? Like, Dale L. Roberts has one. And of course you have Tammy Lebrecht's books. And there's just so many great ones. I'm like, no one's going to want to read mine. So I never did finish it. Rather I use them or not. Oh, whether you use them or not. So you're talking about the physical planner. Yeah, I don't know why my brain was being silly. Planners haven't worked for me, but Rita and I are doing accountability check-in. So I thought I'd pair this with that and see how it goes. What about using a wheel thingy like she's using, but use it toward planning stuff? I mean, that is the wheel thing she's using for planning is for planning for the TikTok videos. But hey, Nia from Celeste. The other half bought me 3 packs of colored sticky notes. Ooh, I would be excited. I like colored sticky notes. I was so pumped. I would be too. Now she got 2, monthly and then an updated daily. Oh, so 2 different planners. Mine is it's got like the monthly stuff at the beginning of every month. It has a full 2-page spread of the month, and then it's by week. So I like the way it's set up. I still am, actually. I have a stash of sticky notes laid out on my desk from trying to plot outlines in next year's stuff. So you're planning. That's so cool. Well, not next year's stuff, but general work efforts. Oh, okay. And cool, Eva. Yes, TLDR as a dismissive would be if you sent someone a long message and they replied TLDR. I'm so glad I've never gotten that. And some of my messages can be quite long because I also do speech to text for my text messages, and so they're quite long. And I realized, wow, I said too much here. And then I always end up sending a message after it. Sorry for the length of that. No one's ever replied TLDR, but now I would know what it was supposed to be. Okay, I learned TLDR from Imgur. What is Imgur? That's a free online hosting and sharing platform where users can upload, share, and browse images, GIFs, and memes. Cool. I did not know that. Learned something new. Learned a lot of things new today. Here are some magazine submission openings for those who are interested. Thank you for sharing that. One of the emails, I went quiet for a second because I was just thinking of an email that I deleted. I thought, oh, maybe I should have shared it. But it was all about applications are open right now with the Romance Writers of America program, company, organization, association, whatever it's called, that thing. Their applications are open right now for you to put in to work with a romance author mentor. So if you want to be mentored by somebody, they will work with you starting in January, I think is what it said, to get your work. So you should have a full-length work already done that's romance, to help you get it ready to make it the best it can be as a romance story, and to get it ready for submissions. And of course, as soon as I saw submissions, I was like, well, this is not for me. So I deleted it because I don't plan on submitting any of my stuff anywhere as far as like agents. I think that's where that was heading, was agents, I'm pretty sure. But now that I saw what you just said, I'm like, maybe I should have like put that into the chat. I'd have to go through all my trash and figure it out. What do you use for coloring books? To have them printed, I mean. So currently, I've only done them through Ingram Spark. I want to get them on Amazon, but I've not done it yet. So you actually can't get any of my coloring books unless you go to a Kickstarter. So they're just, I need to get them onto retailer platforms. And yeah, but I like Ingram Spark, how it comes out there. I've never printed it anywhere else, so I don't know what the quality is like, but the quality with Ingram Spark is pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, why write books at all, y'all? There's plenty. End of the stream. No point. Bye. I think it's because I'm used to only writing one draft for fiction. So Perfectionist Inca is in charge and wants to be perfect from the get-go. Oh, okay. So you have Perfectionist Inca. Now you need to create a fiction Inca and a nonfiction Inca. So you can go into the nonfiction Inca role and get rid of that Perfectionist Inca. I don't know if that made any sense. I felt like I said Inca way too much, but there you go. Yeah, if you're used to editing as you go to produce a clean draft by the time you finish a draft at all, it makes a lot of sense to me that perfectionism would be easy to fall into. Yeah, I was there too. As far as writing, I used to have that issue all the time. What's really helped me is the dictation, because now I'm like, it's going to be messy. It's going to look awful. And I'm able to handle it. In the beginning, it was kind of hard. Like, no, it's got to look perfect. Now I can handle it better. Now, when I cut and paste it from out of the speech program and I put it into my Word document, then I clean it up as much as I can and revise a little bit here and there. But I'm no longer like doing that at the sentence level or even the paragraph level. It's more like at the chapter level or scene level that's happening. And then I'm telling myself, the story, you've got to flow with the story. So don't spend too much time cleaning this up. Just get it into your document and then get into the next scene. And I can't do too much in my speech to text program because then I feel overwhelmed by how much is there. So I have to like move it out and put it into my Word document. and fix it a little bit and tell myself, okay, just fix it a little bit and then get back into the story because you're in a flow. And that's really worked well for me for getting rid of the perfectionist side. It's not like I do get rid of it. It's still there, but it's like buried now way, way down in my mind. I am here. Hello, Richard. How are you? Hope all is going well. Are you working on anything? Romance Writers of America. That sounds like a cool option. Do you want me to see if I can find the link? I can probably go back into my trash and see if I'm sure it's still in my trash. I can get it. Is it same paper or different for coloring books versus literature books? I'm pretty sure that it's the same paper choices, and I choose something that's different from my book, and I don't remember what that is. I can't recall. I know when I'm in there and I'm looking at the options, I know which one it is, but I can't recall it without it being in front of me. But I think it's a different paper option. I just don't remember what it was. I'm sorry, Eva. I don't remember, but I don't know. I keep wanting to say something so I can answer your question, but then I'm getting ready to say it. And I'm like, but I don't really know if that's right. And I don't want to say the wrong thing. So I'm just going to go on. Richard from Inca. I could never get to perfect, so I stand still. Now I'm good enough, Eva. I like that. You're G. You're this. You're G. Good enough, Eva. More dev edits this evening. Nice. Was it you that just sent the newsletter and you were talking about how you're making progress on this current book? Yeah, I think I just read that. It's okay to not know. I'm just curious if they're fun to color on. Oh, but Eva, I've never actually tried to color them. Like, it feels so weird for me to color in my coloring book. But I've told myself to like get one just a color, and I should film myself doing it, and I could talk about my stories, and that would be great TikTok videos or YouTube shorts and great marketing. And then that's where it all falls apart. So I never do it. So yeah, but I've never had anyone complain about it before. So yeah, I don't know. I'm so sorry. It seems like coloring books are used different paper, don't they? I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure because like I would use in my head what I'm thinking is I use like a cream color for the pages because most fiction is on cream, but it's not called cream everywhere. It's called something else, and I'm pretty sure it's something slightly different, but I could be wrong. In Ingram, where you would choose a white paper color, and again, I don't think the white paper color. I think it's called something else. I just don't remember what it's called, but the difference is one's kind of cream and one's kind of white. And of course you want the white color so that you can, put color on it and it looks right. And then it's slightly thicker. That's what I'm remembering, but I don't know what it actually is. Have someone else film the coloring for your marketing materials. Great idea, but you don't got to do all the parts. I had to find someone to color it and film it. I don't know anybody who wants to do that. Yeah, if I knew someone who was doing it, that'd be cool. But oh boy, all fiction should be cream or beige. Yeah, it's like all these different like other colors. I think this cream is on. Nope, don't let me say it because I don't know. I'll say it's on Amazon, but no, actually, I think Amazon has the different name for it. And now Ingram has something wood. It's a new one that they just added. I will print on white to rebel the gatekeeping. No, it's on your shoulders, Richard. No, that's on your shoulders, Richard. Laughing. I said it wrong. Okay, I got to the end of the comments. Almost. I'm sure that'll show them, Eva. Well, it's like, with the glossy covers and the flat covers, and gloss is very, very well done for certain genres, but my genre is definitely not what people use. Now, of course, you have all these like fancy covers that are coming out now with the holographic parts or the gold emboss or, whatever they call that. It's so fancy. I really, really want one of those for my book, but I can't afford it right now. It's actually better for readability to use cream. I know it won't stop purchases. I mean, I wouldn't buy a novel book if it was printed on white. So you wouldn't buy it if it was printed on white. I've seen some books that were printed on white, and it always makes me stop for a second because you don't see, like, you see it, but you don't know what's making you stop at first. Like, what is different about this? Something's different here. And then you can realize it, right? You wouldn't know buying online. Nope. I wish the cover finish and page color was listed on the description. I know, right? But you wouldn't buy my book anyway. Let's be real. I bought your book, but you're talking to Richard, not me. Okay, let's go ahead and go into the next sprint. 30 seconds. Yeah. Yep, we're going to do a sprint for 30 seconds. See how much you can write in 30 seconds. That would be something, right? Put your pen to paper or hands to the keyboard and let's do as much as we can in 30 seconds. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everybody else, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Okay, that is time on that sprint. How did you do? My husband came home, so I went out and go talk to him. And my kiddo, my oldest kiddo who's home right now, is sleeping. So he woke up and he heard us talking, came out. So we talked for a little bit. Then I went back to my email, did clean up some more. I'm down to 317 emails now. And I came across a meme in one of these. And also I've come across a couple things in the emails. I put them into the chat. Like if you want to find out the latest about the Amazon ads platform, what's changing there, Brian Cohen's doing a free webinar on Thursday. And then Canva is making Affinity free forever for all those who have bought Affinity in the past. I'm sorry. Although I don't know, I think buying Affinity in the past was part of like a bundle of things. So that you might have gotten more things than what this is. But I've never tried Affinity. I've heard it's pretty good. I use GIMP, which is free. But I've heard that Affinity has some leg up on GIMP on different things that it can do. So now that it's free, I downloaded it. You download it like you would do. You would download GIMP, and so I downloaded Affinity. So one of these days, when I have time, I'm probably going to check it out. So I put those in there. Then there is this meme that I thought I really meme of the week. Who is this sent by? This is sent by Later Press in their newsletter. So it said this is from an author writing this. Shout out to the clerk at Strand who looked at the cookbook I was buying, looked at the book on poison I was also buying, paused, and asked if I had big weekend plans. I think that's so funny. Maybe not an author, maybe just a book buyer. But yeah, I thought that was kind of funny. So holding a cookbook, holding a book on poison, and the person says, "You got big weekend plans?" That would be something to ask. Okay, anyways, let me go on. So I'm making progress through my inbox. I'm looking for a specific email, one that I know that I need to answer, and I haven't come across it yet. So I'm trying to get to that. All right, let's see how you guys did. Left off with Eva telling Richard, but you went buy my book anyway. Let's be real. Then 30 seconds and go. That's what I almost said was 30 seconds when we're going on that sprint. And I think that would be really interesting. Try to write as much as you could in 30 seconds, even if it was like nonsense stuff. There's the link for Amazon ads, which if you guys, I don't know if you guys have known or have heard about it. So there's, lots of things are changing right now, especially with AI happening. So there was a class at the conference last week. The first day was vendor day. So I went and talked to a lot of the vendors. I think to almost every vendor. There was a scavenger hunt and you had to get stuff signed off by the vendors. And I did a scavenger hunt and I actually won one free year for Story Origin, which was really cool. But so I talked to almost all the vendors there. And one that I was talking to was giving a class. He had a presentation the next day and the presentation description was all about SEO. And we were talking about different things and got into the topic of GEO. And so I was asking him about that. He's like, he says, actually, I'm adding GEO to that presentation tomorrow. You got to make sure you come. He was like, GEO is still so very new that by the time that he realized he wanted to put it into his presentation, he already had submitted the title and the description for his presentation. So he wasn't able to get it added in there. And so I went to it and I took lots of notes on how to optimize your online presence for GEO. GEO is generative engine optimization. There are other names being given to it, which I told him I had heard of AIO, and he didn't like that one as much. And he said another one during the presentation, AEIO. Yeah, AEIO. So I think that's what he said. AIEO, artificial intelligence engine optimization. And I've never heard that one, but he talked about that one during the presentation too. But he said he prefers GEO. Because it's still so new, there's not really like a specific name given to this. And all it means is that you're setting yourself out to be optimized where the AIs can find you and your work. Not that you're using AI in any way. You're just making sure that every presence that you have online is optimized where the AI can find you, because the AIs are now recommending things to people, in their programs, or talking about things, or pulling together research about different things, depending on whatever it is that you have online. So if you're like a nonfiction author and you got lots of stuff online, it might pull from your work to answer questions. And so this can help with your sales or your visibility as an author. is to ensure that you have GEO along with SEO. Some of the practices are pretty much the same. They have a lot of crossover in how you optimize your online presence, but there are some things that are very specific for GEO. And I took lots and lots of notes. I have not done it yet, but it is something I'm going to dig into probably while I'm on my break in December. But anyways, so I got into that because of Amazon ads. Amazon ads, or the platform Amazon, they've been changing up their algorithm quite a bit. I think they're trying to evolve with, the generative engine optimization stuff that is happening. And now, most recently, what's come out, like this came out like right before I left for the conference, is that they're actually putting more weight in the algorithm on Amazon to finding books for those books that, or not just books, but everything that's on the platform, but for us, books, right? For those things that are bringing traffic from off the platform into the platform, where before it used to give more weight in the algorithm for Amazon ads. It's now giving more, they're pushing the weight over to you bringing traffic to the site. So the more traffic you can bring to the site, and they don't know that like you're necessarily the one doing it, but if you're getting more traffic off site to Amazon, your books will start weighing heavier in the algorithm and be shown more often. And part of that is like Facebook ads or your newsletter or whatever it is you do that makes people go to Amazon to go look at your book page. So I think with this class with Brian Cohen, he's going to talk about how you can still use Amazon ads to help with the algorithm there and what's working best now, because obviously there's going to be some changes with how all of this is working together. Anyways, I don't know if y'all really want to know all that, but I think this is going to be an interesting class to go to. It is just a single webinar, so I'm pretty certain you're not going to get everything, but you'll just get like a couple action items that you can probably do to find out how best to make your Amazon ads work if you're using Amazon ads. I am using Amazon ads, but they've not been working for me for a while now. So I have been thinking about turning them off. And so I'm going to see whatever I can find out from this class. So Richard says dinner time here. So I will try and check back in a little bit. That was like an hour ago. So we're still here at the moment if you're back. Heading out to my doctor's appointment. Thank you for the spring, Shannon. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for being here, JC. I appreciate it. It was so nice to see you. Happy writing, everyone. And then there's the link for Affinity in case if you want to try it out. So that's a graphic design program for anybody who is interested in it. But I think Affinity is a little more than just graphic design. Don't quote me on it because I've never used it. That's just what I kind of get from what people have said about it. I have not gotten much done today. I've not even hit what I did yesterday. I have a bit over 400 words so far for the day. I mean, you've got some words, maybe very, very slow, but don't forget to, celebrate the small wins, because 400 words is more than 400 words I've written. I've written words in my book. I've started making a list. I have like way too many things I'm doing. I start making a list in my book of like, okay, this is what I got to do. And I thought if I make a list in my book, my planner here, maybe I can just keep carrying it over and I won't keep forgetting that I have to do these things. Some of it's like basic author admin stuff. Like I have to, I guess, redo my proof of business address with Lemon Squeezy, which is how it's one of the payment processors I use for selling books direct, and just other things. So yeah, I want to be writing. As someone who bought Affinity about 4 years ago, I got it so I didn't have to pay for Photoshop subscription. 205. I think we might be missing some messages, maybe? 205 chapters. Oh, no. Okay, so I think maybe I'm just reading this wrong. So as someone who's bought it 4 years ago, do you remember how much you bought it for? I know that a lot of people who've talked about it over the years, they usually get it when it would go on sale. And so I think it was like $60 at one point or $30 at one point, somewhere in there. It was real cheap to buy it at one point. But it was like sales and stuff. And I remember someone bringing it up to me saying, hey, you should go get it. It's on sale right now. And I went to go look at it and I can't remember what it was. That was a couple of years ago. And I thought, well, I got GIMP. It's free. I know how to use GIMP. I've been using GIMP for a decade. But GIMP is like, it's really behind the times when it comes to some of these other programs. So I'm going to check out Affinity for sure. Louise says, hit my daily target and it's lunchtime. Thanks for hosting. Thanks for being here, Louise. I appreciate that. Got lots done. Awesome job. Finished chapter 24, 2 of 5 chapters I need to get to today. Why did I have to write long chapters? Oh man. Yeah. I was, what was it? Oh, it was a newsletter from Martin, actually, because him and Malcolm, they take turns writing the newsletters, and this one was from him, and he was talking about his solo series that he's doing because he co-writes the series, space opera series with Malcolm, and he started writing his own series, and he's like on the third book now, but he puts it on Royal Road, and I started thinking about, how would Royal Road work with romantasy? Do they have a lot of romantasy on Royal Road? Like it used to be that you would put your stuff on Radish if you were writing like fantasy romance or just paranormal romance or whatever. But Radish just closed down. So I was like, how does Royal Road work? And I started going down a rabbit hole. I was like, stop, Shanon. You're supposed to be cleaning out your email inbox. So, yeah. Oh, the reason why I got onto that is because what I did find out was that they suggest making short chapters. So there you go. Write long chapters. It's probably doesn't work in all respects now. Although I don't know what you write. I feel like I've known what you wrote, but I don't know what you write as far as genre. But my chapters tend to be short anyways. I always feel like they're short. They're like 1,500 words. Affinity is fantastic. I'm a little wary of them making it free because that generally means the product is you. The developer said you need to opt out of AI training, so look out for that. Well, you download it to your computer. So if you're downloading it and it's not connecting to your internet, then they wouldn't be able to use what you're doing for AI. So it's like the same with like GIMP. I downloaded it. It's not connected to the internet anyway. There was something on there that you could like check when you went to go download it, but I think it was just for like, I don't remember what it was for, but I unchecked everything, whatever it was, I unchecked everything. So yeah, but I haven't opened it up. Maybe when I open it and I run it, then it will say something about the AI and connecting to the internet. If it does, I'll opt out of that for sure. Affinity Studio is broadly comparable to Adobe. I've heard that. Illustrator and InDesign, photos, graphics, digital art, artistic formatting. But see, I could do all of that in GIMP, and I just call it a graphics design program. But I do know that there is a difference between them. But I've heard it's very comparable to Adobe. I got it on sale. I know it was half off, definitely under 100, maybe even under 50. I don't remember off the top of my head. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking it was like $30 or $60 or something like that at one point. Finally got to chapter 2. Making progress. I think we're going to do one more sprint for anybody who's still here. Chapter 25's 14 pages, just under 4.5. Well, 4.5 is not too bad, but it's a lot of dialogue, so it's faster. So pacing is fast. Yeah, but probably too long for contemporary romance. I think Nora Roberts, she kind of, I haven't read any Nora Roberts recently, so I don't know what her current stuff has, but I've read a lot of her stuff, a few years ago. I used to read her quite religiously. And I always felt like her chapters were kind of long, but you never really felt it until it was done. And like, oh, wow, that was kind of a long chapter. And it's just contemporary romance in most cases, not always. Oh, yay, all day. Really? I need this today. Oh, I'm just going to do one more pageant, but hello. I remember seeing people in the Affinity Reddit talk about the AI aspect of it, but I don't recall exactly what it entailed. What exactly entailed. So from what I understand with the Affinity and Canva is that somehow it was connected so that it was online, but now they're making it free for download. I could be wrong, but that's kind of what I got from what I was reading when I went to go download it. Yeah, I think her older stuff had longer chapters, but that I didn't really notice either. Right. Yeah. Hey, one more is great. Yay. And I think that's the last comment. So we can go ahead and get into this last sprint then. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, 1 hour on the clock, starting in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. All right, that is time on the last sprint. How did you do? I've made a big dent on my inbox. I've got down to 159 emails I need to go through. Some of these are now just kind of like thinking, okay, this one, this one, this one. These are all part of like the same thing. So let me not like open these yet. And I'll gather them together. Then I'll go through all of them at one time. It's down to 159 emails to be opened with 403 in my inbox. So I'm feeling a bit better about all of this. Making progress. I have come across some of the ones I do need to address, and some missed opportunities. I also seen here that I don't know if they're fully missed or not. I need to go through and just email people. Nope, that's not what I wanted to click on. I've got a lot of tabs open right now. This one's readers share their thoughts on DNFing books. That came from the newsletter from Later Press. And it said, I guess it's talking about, what was it talking about? I think he said something about how to like capture readers' attention in the first couple chapters or something. I can't remember. But anyways, I thought it sounded like a cool idea. I'm gonna watch that video later. Anyways, let's see how you guys did. One more is great. Is where we left off, because I said we had one more sprint left, and so we finished that. And Lady K Joy, hello friends, working on getting more of the last 4K down in this draft, starting with free writing to get thoughts untangled. Sounds like a good plan. You changed your name, but yeah. Why? I cannot remember the name that was there before, what it was before. Or maybe that's the YouTube thing doing its thing, isn't it? That's probably what it is. It's probably YouTube doing its thing. Because it's like it's been doing like the handles instead of the actual. Yeah, CJ. I was like, okay, yeah, okay. So yeah, it did your handle. I'm looking at your YouTube page. So it did your handle instead. That's what it's doing. Like Lady KJ, or CJ. Yeah, that works. Sorry, my brain is like wanting to shut down and it's not processing. There was someone I hung out with during the conference, Kaylin. I talked about her a little bit last week, but she would just say, I'm buffering. So whenever she, like, things are not quite computy first, she's, I'm buffering. I'm like, okay, I love it. Just noticed that you went over your yearly goal, Shannon. Congrats. Hey, thank you. Yeah. I've had a few people say, you could hit 1 million words. I'm like, I could if all I was doing was writing. But it's not. I have a lot of stuff I have to get done. I have a lot of stuff here at the end of the year going on. Lord, you guys don't even know. I'm writing down. I've got a list of 6 things here that I wrote down in my book that I need to do. But this doesn't even include like the things that are top of my mind. Like I need to finish 2 more things for my Kickstarter. One of which could take me an all-day thing, but I can be done with it. So maybe I will do that tomorrow. I don't know. The other one's going to take me like a week to finish, and that's for my Kickstarter. I want to get that done before the end of the year. I have a Later Press video I need to finish up. I've started it, but I've not finished it. And I need to finish it because it's part of my contract with Later Press. So those are like the top things on my list right now. I'm also trying to figure out my marketing strategy for Romantasy Adventures because it is now live and I've not said it anywhere yet. Not told anybody hardly at all other than you guys that my Romantasy Adventures is live and that the scavenger hunt is open. So there's a giveaway. There's a promotional giveaway until December 15th. So I should have already been saying something about this. I've not done it. So bad at marketing. But the scavenger hunt or the giveaway the promotional giveaway is a way to get the experience for free. And you either pay $1 or you complete the scavenger hunt. And yeah, so I've got a few, even though I haven't done much with those, I had a couple people that did it already before I did anything other than my newsletter, saying something to my newsletter about it. But then I did start running Facebook ads that went into effect between like Friday and Saturday. I had like 12 Facebook ads, I think. 3 times 4. Yeah, it's 12 Facebook ads altogether. So some of them are still in learning phase, but a few of them are active. And so they've been running, and I've got a few more people who've like paid the $1 and done the scavenger hunt. But other than that, I haven't really done anything. So I should really be doing that, which I could do a video, but I'm not doing that. I thought I need to get through my email because I know there's people waiting on me for stuff in my email. So yeah, no writing. I'm not saying no writing. I will be doing some writing, but right now all my writing is revising, and that's adding like a couple thousand words each time I have a revising session. And that's not happening very often. 6 hours and whew, is this the last sprint? It was the last sprint. You had it. I've been putting off cleaning out my pantry for over a month and got that done these last 15 minutes. Wow, that's awesome. Nice job. Crazy how things you think will take so long really don't. Yes. Yes. That happens to me. It's those tasks I really don't want to do, like cleaning my email inbox. I'm like, oh my God, this is going to take so long. And then it starts going really quick. I'm like, oh, it didn't really take as long as I thought it was going to take. And now everything I don't want will go to a local food pantry. And I get a room in my house for Thanksgiving. Oh, and I get room in my house for Thanksgiving ingredients. As a 2 for 1. I hit my minimum goal for the day, so I feel good, even if it took me all day. You got there. So I say that's awesome job, Stacey. And thanks for hosting. Thanks for being here, Gwenna. And then Randy says, just finished chapter 25. 2 more chapters, and they're both short. And they're the same number of pages combined as the chapter I just finished. So it was 4,500 words for those 2 chapters together, huh? Yeah. I have to say, I think my longest chapter that I've ever had was 4,500 words. They usually hover around 1,500, but they could be like 1,800, sometimes 1,300. It's kind of an average of 1,500, but I have had a chapter that was 4,500 words. And I looked at it specifically to try to figure out how I could break it into 2, and I didn't feel like it would break into 2 easily, so I didn't do it. Finished chapter 2, halfway through chapter 3. Okay, it's finally flowing. I was just about to say, it feels like it's moving a little bit faster because it took you a while to get through chapter 1. But then you've got these last 2 chapters done pretty quick. Thanks for this, Prince. Thanks for being here, and off to dinner. And that was the last comment. So yeah, today's Tuesday? No, it's not. It's Monday. Do not let me lie to you. I'm tired. For those who may not have been here, our dog had the runs last night, so up and taking care of him and cleaning out his kennel and washing him down and whatnot overnight. So it was just like, oh, I'm so tired. But yeah, I'll be back again tomorrow. The rest of the week is going to be the strictly timed sprints. So 3 1-hour long sprints with strict 5-minute breaks in between the sprints. So lots of productivity time for anyone who is looking for that. Thank you everyone so much for coming, and did I get to the end? I think I did. Yeah. All right. Thank you everyone for coming, and I'll catch you guys all later. Bye, y'all.